Hello, welcome viewers. Today, we are going to be playing some Fortnite. Happy New Year, everyone. 2026, first day of the year. Hope everyone's having a great day and wish you all a happy new year. All right, so there's a few of these we want to do. First, let's see what's up with the lodge. Okay, not what I wanted. It's all right, it's something. All right. So, debating on starting with ones I definitely won't be in long. But I think I want to start with this one to show the amount it could give. I'm going to give this one a shot. All right. Enter these codes. I'm going to give him the answers. These guys are not going to be smart enough to read. That's fine. It's not going to be my problem. I'm going to have a good time. I don't have to hold anyone's hand. If he goes super slow, I am going to have to hold his hand. All right, XP 416072 508. Yes, I knew these without looking. 744952629. Twenty minutes. Oh shit! So in 5 hours, this goes away. All right, let me smoke and we'll go. This yellow person, I don't think I can help. They're too timid. They're too new. They're not even willing to go play and die and try again and play and die and try again. They're just standing there waiting. Someone to do it for them. There we go. Oh, hell yeah. All right. All right. All right. My job is to keep other people safe. Oh my god.
um, 2 billion a kill. I get 400 million in assists though, so I'm letting her get money. If this was a dude or a chick, an older guy or a young kid, as long as they're willing to listen or learn, I'm willing to help. I didn't just pick her because it says girl in her name. I would help anyone in this game, and I've shown that. If you watch a bunch of my broadcasts, you'll see a bunch of that.
1 billion, 2 billion. Get some XP chilling here. Hello, welcome viewers. Yeah, just chilling, getting XP, playing some fun games on here. being able to put our skills to the test. I'm having to literally fend off for 3 people or 4. All right, we are kicking ass. let's do this. I don't want to catch up to them. You know what I'm doing. Oh, beautiful. All right, so you want this for headshots, right? You want this for third person when they're tight to you. This is like a last ditch effort because there's no reloading at the same 1 second. This minigun's unlimited ammo, so it sits between two guns, so you can switch back between the, even if these guns need to be reloaded, the one in the middle is ready again. You know what? Screw that. Oh, yeah, we're trapped in here when we came through. I sat there and I talked for a minute. I'm like, oh, this ain't a speed run. I already got 1 whole minute. But whatever. This ain't a speed run. This is just us getting money. I'm not going to push myself to a certain... But this is a good gun wheel. But just know we had a full minute of bullshit before I even played. I don't need the lead splitter. The reload on the lead splitter. This is it. This is what you want. The lead splitter and the LMG are both good. The LMG obviously reloads way quicker. Sure, I could have used those. In other words, I could have got the lead splitter and still got those drinks. Alright, so we were orange, now we're blue. This is the blue to green switch over. Now it's green. My blue and green paid the same amount, so it's really not a difference. They hurt more and have more health, but money is the same. How did I catch up to them? Damn. More damage, bigger clip, same idea. I could get rid of the pump and dump, but not the micros. But we'll see. Pass them at the perfect place because there's no door that could stop them. They can definitely fall into that new area. See, I couldn't reload these, so I switched. No, let me wait. Let me get them all here. Alright, so this is like a full clip. Let's see. Alright. We got 9 left. Let's see. So you can take out 9 gray zombies and still have some ammo left. We're going to skip over the minigun because the unlimited ammo. We got 15. Let's see. 15. Super precise. Only those that sit still. Oh my. Okay, so we got 11 of them, and I had 8 to 12 bullets didn't hit, right? Oh my god. $400 billion on a solo run. I might make that even more. Yeah. So the lead splitter is nice, but this is more practical. I'd rather have 2 of them. Instead of 2 of the same gun, let's do it. You know, I really don't need these. That's what I don't need. What? Okay. $14. 439 billion. $2.9. Oh my god. They all went away too. Yeah. Let's go. Perfect. So the logic is I only need one pump and dump as an emergency gun, and these are really quick, but if I couldn't reload, I got a whole another one doing the same. I just see that slowing me down. All the guns, the lead splitter reloads so slow. Now that though, I almost got rid of the P90, but it might help in situations. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we will. We can handle that. All right, all right. Can't believe I'm getting almost 6 billion each one. All right. 500 billion. All right. It's a lot of billions just to go up 3 billion. just kicking ass. I don't know what to say about it. I'm not very talkative. I am concentrating. This is still not a speed run. But I mean, I'm soloing through this, and there's a lot of money. Nine ain't bad though. If every 9 minutes, yo, what up? Happy New Year, man. Sorry you had to work last night. I had such a lemon. That must suck. Especially at night, you know. Sorry, not trying to make it worse. I'm just saying, man. How was your night, though? That's good. I know what you were thinking about playing. Do whatever you was gonna do. Like if it was Diablo, that's fine. If it was Roadcraft, I might veg out over there on your map. That Sojourn or whatever I had started on, kinda, I would rather than what you were on last. That looked like another muddy mess. It was nice to see sand for once. Like I haven't dealt with that yet. Yeah. That was, I think, what I was like, okay, okay. It's like the opposite of SnowRunner, you know? I'm doing this one thing on here. Let me look at the timer because I'm about to start. 3 hours, 3.5 hours. So in 3.5 hours, this will be over, but that's fine. I could ditch this anyway. They're giving double money over here. So that's, yeah. In one of the games. Not like all of Fortnite, in one of the games. So like when other games have special events, I kind of hog on them, and this one I'm kind of hogging on it. I don't even know what the original cost of these zombies is. I'd have to ask someone who's like brand new, never played, to take pictures of like the cost that you get money-wise for killing these guys. I get 3 billion for the one enemies, and the other one's over 1.5. And that's normal. That's without the double money. So I'm getting 6 billion for, you know, multiple enemies instead of that 3. It's not like a boss. It's like it's happening. I don't know the numbers. I'd have to add up the last rooms. All the gray zombies, basically. I'd have to add them up without the reds and the other ones included. But yeah, I'd be willing to play other stuff. I've been on this for 2 hours. Hello, welcome. Thank you for watching. Just got another viewer. Well, what are you thinking about doing though? Because if you want to do Diablo, I totally get it. You got more like season stuff, but I don't know if anyone else is on, Diablo wise, or yeah. Mhm. Yeah, I might come veg out over there. I don't know if I would even broadcast. I've been pretty quiet in my own broadcast. I'm kind of like not mad at myself, but I've just said like, yep, this is what we're doing. I mean, it's chill. I'm being chill today. I don't have a hangover. I'm a little tired. I was up till 5 a.m. Mm-hmm. I was up till 5 a.m. and guess what? I was up at 9 shoveling the driveway after hearing a plow truck. So that's no good for nobody. 4 hours of sleep after drinking and being up to 5. So yeah, give me a minute. I'm already running through this whole thing, but I'll probably turn this off after I get done with this here. The money's kind of nice, though. I mean, I thought about playing this for the whole next 3 hours. No lie. But just because like no one's in here, there ain't nothing to do, and like You think it already costs more, or I didn't even think of that because I totally was gonna with Hazard buy it a month just so I could have online storage with the plus, transfer everything. For it'll be super indie, super like yeah, I was already free. When PS3 died to the 4, that's gonna happen. They're gonna kill off the 4. I tried like warning Grim and Lemon, and those are people too, but I wish I could just give them 5s. I waited a good while before I got mine because I wanted the Pro. I waited till the next rendition. I pre-ordered a 3, I pre-ordered 4. I didn't want to pre-order the 5. That was COVID times. I knew how they were being slapped together. Like, everyone's worried about their life, not the system and even the materials being brought in, let alone the putting them together, you know? I just was like, oh no. That, and I had that thermal melt drip, you know? Mine's laying down anyway. I didn't dare. Especially with how hot, like, mine lives on. It don't actually get hot. It's cooler than the 4 ran. But I don't know if it's capable of running as hot as the 4 got. I got it without, because sometimes they literally make noise or bug out. Where like, yeah, my games are all digital. I wouldn't go buy a disc. I don't see the reality where someone brings over a game and like, you should try this, and lends me a game. You know what I mean? So I didn't even get the disc drive. I figured that empty space, instead of it being full something, is cooling. It's an air area, you know? Mine's an empty void of air on that side, not the disc read, which is extra heat and spinning all the time, even though it's not ever used. Travis is one of the only people I know who goes intentionally and buys a bunch of discs. But he gets digital games, but those are like the free or sale, not free, sale. The amount of $12 or $25 purchases just because something was on sale of something that, I don't know, I couldn't do it. Buy stuff just not play it, but I do have stuff and I don't play it. So Crew Motorfest, I should have spent time on, but if you see everyone that got on it. Yeah, I think I'm done on here. must have fell asleep. I should have counted whatever you did. The little corner pops up. Um, yeah. It didn't save the roads you made? I remember you watching you, I believe. Because I was like, why is that following that like that? You know what I mean? The dozer and the. But yeah, that progress should have stayed. The little in the corner of the screen, the little saving thing pops up. It looks like a hazard, construction light on top. So have you not seen Sojourn since we played? I'm curious if that saved. I would have to do the share screen and see once you get in there and that with the map. I would immediately know because I had a wide, nice road just ready for blacktop. I don't even think it needs a dozer down it again. Where they asked for a little thin road. I figured it was going to be a big connecting port, and I started to make a road around the lock gate thing too. Enough. It needs to be a little better if you're going to come through with a rig with some speed, and then get to that road that they. Yeah. You see that little like curve I built in with the dirt there around that back of the wall, and then how flattened out I did get that road section they're asking. That all should have saved. You just didn't have a blacktop route, and I had no money. I never ended up making money because we didn't get any tasks done. But that road crew guy, instead of bio, I went and used road crew on other people's maps. One to save their map at certain points, and I made money getting shit done. That's how I got that thing that spits and backfires and pop, pop, was from co-op play. So that's kind of cool because it's exclusive to the other guy. But I'm ready for a game like that where I can do like straight veg out. So this game I played for the 2 hours. It's like, man, do I even go get XP here and get XP there? Because then the clip, like at the end of the video, is going to be some other screen instead of this neighborhood or like this idea, anyways. And someone's like, oh yeah, the end clip picture fits what he did for the 2 hours. There's times I've done like a game for 2, 3 hours, and then at the last minute I'm playing another game for 20 minutes, and it looked like that game was the clip, you know. But that also saves me time hopping from this one and that one and that one. Going for weekly XP. I'm about to hit 187, 187 for a level. I bet you I could power to 190 right now though if I went to here, here, and here instead of joining you right this second. But it's crazy because I don't know what else there is to do on that map besides pave that road and whatever. There was a delivery that needed to be made, but I was like, that road will make that easier. But I was totally ready to work that last time. I ended up doing a 12-hour broadcast that day. Like, I didn't stop when you stopped. You had to call it, I get it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you had the right idea. Like, oh, I want to do something over here, Sojourn. The main mission will give you more stuff. Okay. Okay, once that's Blacktop Road. Okay. I know there's some difficult shit happening on the other side of the map. Oh, so I got a scout and a crane over at the generator location for something else that'll power and turn on, but I was confused by that. If you wanted to work on that part, or you could auto pave that, blacktop pave that, but I almost was gonna finish that road, you know. It's rough. Yeah. Yeah, you can work on whatever. You don't have to like wait, but I know there's two, maybe three other things besides the actual complete the blacktopping of that road where I could help with it and get paid for it. And you ought to do that. Send a scout here, send a scout there, just drive them off. Even if they crash and burn, just. I tell you what, SnowRunner, playing SnowRunner with the gas and the damage and all that, I was like, oh my god. You got this load, and you're like, I wish I could just make a road and then take this load. You know what I mean? Like they have you already on Michigan doing some heavy stuff. I was playing with Grim, and I'm like, it's fun, but it's difficult to do mission. We had to cut away at one point and like drag race scouts, and then we did like opening watchtowers with scouts side by side. He was testing out some of my equipment and stuff I owned. He don't really have yet. It was good. That Yar 87 and the 420. I call it the Tantrum, but it's the tank. The tank with six wheel. The 420 is in its thing, and then it's like Tantria. But yeah, we were having some fun. A couple different things. I had you saw the Scout 800 when he had the 1500, and I was trying to be the most underpowered truck. You know what? I think I am gonna do this and do that over here. I think roadcraft's one of those where you could be capable of doing it yourself, and I'm I am gonna grind this and grind that. What I'll do at the very end is I'll cut to me standing freaking at the prison escape main, like you would have logged back into it. And then the ending will kind of match the beginning. You hear me though? I'm not full power, but I'm running myself in reserve mode to not completely burn up. Still very capable. I'm just not gonna overdo it. Exert. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't just stop as soon as I hit 187 because I'm already like almost 188, and that's the same game, just farming. Let alone if I chew through these few other categories, they're all willing to drop money every single day, bonus money. But this one was like, what I did was well worth it. Tell you what, just having someone here to talk to might have been enough to spring me up. And here I'm over here like, damn, I really want to play with you. Like, I want to check out that map, but I'm like, shit, I'm eventually gonna have to do that map myself, and I'll see your progress on it. Like, um, oh, so you don't need it. Oop, it only comes from the side missions. And what it's used for is if you have that, you know, that little, you can only get them one of the little Russian like LOF, but that bigger, like the mobile command center, whatever they call that, that's what they're used for. So, say you're in a really rough area, you drive that mobile command center out to an area, you can then use those purple things and it'll spawn the the sand dozer, the sand truck, the dozer, and you can pick a black topper and a roller. You get to pick through your list of those, and it'll spawn them next to you in the four corners, like boop 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 around it. Then you can hit a button and you can drop concrete slabs or logs, anything that was in your warehouse or storage, off the side of it. Doom 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 doom, like a mobile warehouse. That's what that thing's used for. The two track things with a trailer behind them. They're mobile command centers, like deployment units, like a garage, but they burn up your purple stuff. But get this, you can go to a warehouse, so you turn in all the metal here and all the metal here, and you make a bunch of money. You can then buy those at the warehouse or construction depot. You can buy purple repair deals. If say you didn't have an our side mission and you need one more thing, like because you got you. But I see people get addicted to them. They get used to them, like that's the currency. Like instead of driving four vehicles out every road time, they just drive that thing out and like spend blip 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 blip. I think four or five each vehicle, like and deploy them all, and then that road's done. Boom. And then they drive that scout thing off somewhere else over here. Oh, I want this bridge built, and they just pop, 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 pop five concrete slabs off the side of it, and the bridge is done. It's built. Like you should look up a video on it. Honestly, it's because hearing someone else might give even more ideas than what I'm giving you. But them are what it's really utilitarian for. Machine for the sandpit. Oh yeah, the courier, the self quarry, but that don't work on mud maps, only sand maps. Like, it has to find a sand deposit to deploy. Even on the one sand map, it's so rocky. Someone was like in the area they wanted to, but they were doing something that wasn't what the game made you. They were making a expanse, you call it, over from this cliff to that cliff, their own thing from that base to this factory, just to have a speed route. It took a lot of effort, but yeah, it was a whole different route. It was like this huge horseshoe shape, and then connecting the tail of the horseshoe like straight across, like an earring. The bar. Yeah, it was just boom. vehicle wise from level. Well, you might have though from me playing that little bit. Yeah. Yep. So the 6 wheel log forwarder that has like the tractor front end with the 2 wheels. That thing has the worst steering radius. Like back up, go forward, back up, go forward. The big wheel guys, the mute and the lynx are definitely better. The telemute floats in water. The lynx has the wheels most exposed for like going inside of buildings and odd scouting stuff, rock. But the telemute floats on water, I guess. I wouldn't have known that. And I haven't tested it yet. Telemute, I believe. But yeah, Malamute, yeah. Floats on water, it won't go to the bottom. There's a map with geysers. You have to go to all 6 geysers, and the one wasn't counting for the guy the first time he went up to it, and he threw the telemute in it, and it floated. And he's like, well, fuck, maybe the bottom of it is where it counts. So he brought another vehicle that went to the bottom. And I was like, I didn't even fucking know. I don't know if he knew it, but he just kind of, huh, you know. I was over there like, what? The thing, Aquarius, or aquatic. It's aquatic. It can just traverse in water, is what I was thinking. Aquarius is a horoscope. So if I get on, I got to get on with the road crew guy, and I got to go to my own map and buy 2 of this and 2 of that and 2 of that. Because then when I load into your world, what I own, I own. But everything changes on the rules of things are locked, cost. You know what I mean? So if I already own a bunch of stuff, I think I'll be good. I can deploy stuff and like, here, try this, here, try that, or like, let's double team with 2 of these. You know what I mean? Yep, just burning through these things now really quick, quicker than sometimes. I am gonna come join you, but I kind of like finished up, started. All right. Looking at this, so one thing I will say is that generator that's at the location but needs to be put on the location for that building to power up. That's a little tricky. It might take both of us, but you might want to stare at it once. Because I use a scout vehicle and I move the box, and then the crane, I figured would grab it. Well, it's over there already, unless I moved it to do another mission. But there was a big, heavy crane over there. I might have moved it. Oh, if it's the upgraded equipment, not just the unrusty version, I would wait the 4 levels. Wasn't it 15? You get the better blacktopper and all that. The rusty and non-rusty version of that little blacktopper and the first roller ain't worth the difference. I would wait to the. I would wait for the other one. That being said, the non-rusty basic or first roller I still use sometimes when I really want to perfect a road, like overkill. I do still use it, you know. But the other one's way faster driving and such. Yeah, 2 more, definitely wait. Levels happen. One guy said that at 4 or 5 of the maps done, he was already level 30, which is done. Kind of like SnowRunner, like you're done, way before you actually like. They could have made 100 levels or it go forever. Why 30? You know what I mean? Why not 60, 100? But people are mad because they put more and more time in it, and it doesn't show it at all once you've like done the first 4 maps. Yeah, you just sit at max level nonstop, and it's like okay, it's not like as children and they want to see that. Like I want to see max level. I want to get there quick. Like no, like people are willing to grind that, put hours in. Everyone plans on putting hours in. Just now 9 o'clock. So all right. Yeah, so you should make a separate account. You can turn the field on, yeah, and you can make it more difficult to this and that. But get this, you can so underneath the field, the next one is deliveries. Half as many trucks go, and they pay twice as much. I turn that on. The next one is vehicles locked by level. I turn that off. Vehicles locked by money. Turn that off.
If this is your first
Like
time with us, let me
I'm not
extend
doing
a
them in the right
personal
order,
invitation
maybe.
for you
But
to
it was
carry
like
out
the
your oil
third and the
paints and
fifth or
brushes and
sixth. Like
paint along with us each week as we
they
place
should
them
say
on the richest
trivial if you
masterpieces
want
on
it
canvas.
easy. Think about it. I mean, you still get the trophies, I'm pretty sure, and it's just about getting it done quicker or easier. But I don't know why someone would even join me. Like, not that I don't have friends, but like they join me and then they just pick something. Yeah. Um, they said it really almost don't even affect traction. It's more about cleaning the vehicles. It's more about cleaning the mud off vehicles and that. It looks different on the ground, but they were testing vehicles and it was like just maybe like a little, but it really doesn't deform or anti-traction. I'm such a nice guy. I gave away all my gold guns to people, and then I'm like, oh shit, this guy didn't even have the keys, so I had to go get the keys so I could go get myself some guns again now, because I'd handed out all my guns to people. Actually, it was Lemon, but I do that all the time with other people too. Like give them 2 out of my few, but I just gave her all of them. Like here, take these, because I plan on prestiging. What's that? Oh, yeah, I like that adjustable in and out with the zoom, and that would take it away, I believe. Like the left stick pulling in and out on your. Like I come right in on a tire sometimes or pull way back to see my crane and what's behind it. I swear this game only gives you so much XP a day anymore, no matter how you're doing it. Cause it's like there's times I can get 90,000 right here, and I'm gotten 3,000. But the other game I'd melt. You know what I mean? So then the next 4 didn't really give me. The car X and heat. I had one before, but it didn't last long. It was way different then. Hold the pedals down. Wheel. See, I used to put the wheel like straight under my thighs, then it was too low. And what Grim does, he's got two, I don't know if it came with it or not, but two clamps onto the, where the TV is. You know, like his counter, he's got it clamped down to the counter. Yeah, clamped to the desk, yep. But then he's got to look through the wheel at the screen somewhat. Somewhat, I believe. I'm getting XP. It did finally, like I'm at 15K. It's still, it didn't just completely give up at 3K. It just feels like I used to do about half the amount of time and get more XP, but the XP is just tick, 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 like it's ticking. Hey, what's up? Happy New Year. I know we all texted it, but I did the same with Jay when I finally got to talk with him, you know? Yeah. What you up to? I almost was already on Roadcraft with Jay, and I just getting some XP on Fortnite. But yeah, you think your parents? Oh man, that dude. Two, and you didn't have them in your pocket. He's quick. Yeah, dude is quick. Man, that's his life. He hmm Yep. I buy 5 packs. Yep. Did the wind blow it? Did your parents see it and throw it out? Like, he probably did take it. As he was leaving, he's like, bye. He's like, oh, yeah, taking this. Oh, look, here's a lighter. Oh, shit. I don't know though. That's pretty heavy. You just don't want to believe that someone you let in your house would do that to you, and that happens. That happens until you get older or you get burned a bunch. Okay, okay. Anyway, is he little, like scrawny little guy? No, nerdy, like smart. Okay, which I don't know. Okay, yeah, I'm 5'7". But yeah, yeah. Shit, man. Yeah, about to get into a parking spot kind of thing, like fire pit. Oh shit. Cheers. My data is out, man. The last 5 things you sent me, I have to, yeah, I have to look at them once I have data. Once I go have, like, yeah. Once it's that time and it's refresh, then I'll be able to go back and watch stuff you've already sent me because I haven't been able to see stuff, to be honest. Shit just buffers or loads. It doesn't send. Just saying. Don't be like, did you see it? Did you see it? And it's not that I don't care. It's well, tell me what I gotta do. But yeah, they were fixing a phone that was like you. So if I called the house line, it'd be like, but it wasn't like the dial up. It was this constant sound like that. Yeah, yeah, oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. It was bad. It was bad. You sure he didn't just blow out? Yeah. Wow. I couldn't find one. Okay. I'll look. Let me know when it's all sent on your end, and might take even more time on my end. Cheers. Yeah, I had to when I had to. Okay. That's good. Or it just means there's a little tank. That's what I thought. The full size, yeah. Well, with that shift thing, with the whoop, that don't help. Now that it's been driven more. Right. Second gen. 360 second gen. Is it 1 ton? .59 V8 Magnum. What? No. Oh, and if you overbuild them, the cam lifters are real weird on a Hemi. No, the one you were talking about, Joe Bayou. Yeah. Their valve train will just fall apart. They even have a thing where you can beef it up to like 10mm bolts instead of 8mm bolts, but it's still like, oh, whoever designed the modern Hemi, like, it carries on lineage from the older Hemi, but they did it in like Honda size. You know, they under did it for. Just look at it. Modern Hemi upper end issues. What? Yeah. I don't know if you can because it don't have a standalone. It'll self-learn. The O2s are gonna self-learn, but the timing is gonna be different. All right, so usually I'll have to look into it myself because usually what you would do is you would take the injector width and you would adjust it. You would adjust the fuel air and the injector timing and the percentage. Like it's a duty cycle. Injector duty cycle and to do with the timing to add the fuel earlier with the cam. Whoop 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 whoop. This sounds ridiculous, right? Well, you know what I've done before on something in that OBD1 range? Put a carburetor on it. Basically make it where the computer couldn't think. I took the air fuel and put it in my own hands. Because I put a cam on it, I just put a carb on it. And it still no, it still had injectors in the stock computer still trying to do its own thing, right? Plus a carburetor adding fuel and air, you know what I mean? As far as like besides the injectors with the cam. Well, the injectors, I think the injectors are in the bottom end of the intake galley, right? If I'm thinking right on the 5.9. So the injectors are in the lower, so they're in the intake manifold, right? So what I'm saying is though, that fuel rail does it bolt to the head or to the intake manifold? Regardless, even if it's even if it's the old multi-port, say it's multi-port, like the Chevys in 92, multi-port, right? Even then, the injector's down in the intake manifold, let alone at the head, like at the cylinder. So putting a carburetor over top of it is just adding fuel. It's not really messing with the air, as long as you can bolt the carburetor where your intake is on top. As long as the injectors are below it, they're still going to do their thing. You're not going to stop the injectors from doing their job. You just, besides whatever computer and whatever it's doing, you're just kind of like, it worked. There was a cam vehicle that was OBD1 and it was dumbed back down to old school. Like it could have been a 70. You know what I mean? Okay. But that would take its power. But fuel economy. Yeah, I kind of believe that, but he's probably babying it, and he's probably exaggerating, rounding up a little. You know what I mean? He's favoring himself in it. You're right. Yeah, rough estimate, and he's being biased to himself a little. Yeah, yeah. I could see 33 and 35, depending on city highway. Maybe 32, 35, depending on the weight of the vehicle. I could see that realistically. Yeah, 40. I don't know because modern cars is still in that struggling range. Can't get there. But yeah, no, I've worked on the 5.9. I'm trying to remember what the kit was for it. We had a stroked 5.9, and I believe it was a 6.4. We built. That was a carburetor. That was a slightly older one. Actually, the block age was the OBD1. So, similar build. It was a Jeep. It was a V8 Jeep. And instead of having that all-wheel transmission, we put the other transmission with the 4 low, 4 high, 2 high, and you could run it in 2 high, and it was like a drag vehicle with a 5-speed manual out of a Dodge Ram. So it was the V8 Jeep, right? But the transfer case was out of a different Jeep, not all-wheel. The transmission was out of a like work-style truck, 5-speed, and then the engine itself was hopped up like stroker, and the front axle was even beefy. I think the front axle came off of a Rubicon Wrangler. That was a hell of a Cherokee though. Like, but that we used to Frankenstein shit like that all the time. Me and my buddy, I owned, like, I had owned in my yard. Actually, not all at once, but at one point I had 8, but I had 14 Jeep Cherokees and Wranglers and all together. We're talking YJTJ, which are square headlight and round headlight. The Jurassic Park, and then the one after that. And then XJ is what I still currently own, a 97. And then ZJ, instead of leaf rear, it had coil spring rear, and it had the plastic headlights. Like, that was the beginning of the. And then there was the WJ, and the WJ had like the rounded plastic headlights, and it had this weird wishbone in the rear end. So the rear end changed again, suspension wise. It was this center ball joint right where your stuff goes in the back, but on the chassis side. Sorry if this is boring. No, you're listening. I know. I'm just saying, like, and then from that, it wishbone down like an upper control arm to both sides of the rear axle. And it was really bad. Like, the articulation was there. There was articulation for a solid axle, but that thing would break or be iffy, and like the whole rear end was like woo on just one ball joint. You know what I mean? Attached to your chassis, your floor pan, right over the diff. And then it had 2 rubber bushings down at the axle that could go too, like down at the 2 ends where the shock mounted. Yeah, it's funny. And then so after WJ there was WK. WK had the little hump headlights. That was when everything went like 4757, right? Instead of that 59, it went to a 57. There was a 47. And the introduction of the Hemi, basically. And then WK2 was a revised chassis. That was the non-humped headlight just after that Jeep Cherokee. And now they have like Eagle Hemi in it instead of just the base Hemi that they used to. But yeah, that's the generational. The JK is the new joke, like JK, joke, just kidding, like joke Wrangler. And before the Y, the square headlight was the CJ. Some CJs were called the Scrambler. The CJ5 was, basically the non-military Willys Jeep. Yeah. But I had an MG, I had a Triumph, Impala, Bel Air, bunch of shit. The Cersei and Hutch Torino, not for long. Yeah, I've sent pictures of it. The Malibu. I got a different chip. I got a different chip in my phone now, so that's a pain. Because I literally took out everything from like the Grand Canyon trip all the way up, through the states and all the national parks and the cruises. That's on another chip. I have a different chip in now. I did it slightly before New Year's, but yeah, I like being at the state park recently and the falls and all that I was showing is on a different one than when I was showing the cruise and the beaches to you guys in the message. So I don't have easy access. I shut my phone off, switch them over, and plug it in again, and then I could send this and send that. And the PS4 had some of the pictures of the Malibu from one of the times I took the time to post them up. I then screenshotted them to have them easier to just like reflip. You know what I mean? Of the monster truck and the Malibu. But the Malibu's kind of almost past tense now anyway, so someone's been leasing it. Yeah, I don't like them. They're goofy. With those little legs, how'd he run away? They're a small dog. Well, medium dog with small leg. So one of my friends back when we all played Little League, you know, um, I don't know where we were at location wise. If we were down at the fields, like legit baseball fields or what. Um, anyways, it was of all the people, it was the kid himself. It was his dog. He was up to bat, and I swear he must have stared right over at his dog because he line drived his freaking dog, and it kicked its one leg like 3 times. It was done. It was you know. You need a bungee, a gate latch, a bungee. You need something. Oh man.
Hello, I'm Bob Ross. If this is your first time with us, let me extend a personal invitation for you to drag out your oil paints and brushes and paint along with us each week as we play some of nature's masterpieces on canvas.
Damn near wrecked their vehicle. Man, I remember it was a highway and I hit something like a possum and there was no seeing it and you absolutely don't swerve when you're doing like, I was probably doing 90 at night. Not, you know. Anyway, I think it was a possum. It hit the floor pan and the exhaust. Like, doom, 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 doom. I'm like, oh, fuck. But, yeah. I mean, it didn't start to run hot. There was still oil pressure. Like, car was alright. Basketball underneath there, you know? Yeah, those were weird. The rims were about the only thing good on them. Yo! You put the rims on something else, and then you might have something. I've barely had blue vehicles. As soon as the and she why did she just speed up as soon as his foot came off the brake light? We we never rolled. You just fucking hit a parked car. That's a no-no. I can't believe she did that. Yeah. Yeah. That's good though. So you haven't got a game tonight, but what were you thinking about doing? Because you can't even do roadcraft, and I was thinking about doing that. I am on Fortnite, but you can watch Jay. He's already on there. I'm beating the devil out of it, but I've just been cycling that and drive up, and like I've just been rolling through. Prison Escape's got double money, and I was doing that, but I needed to step away from it. But yeah, it's got double money for like 3 more hours or something. Prison Escape. Mm. Cheers. Okay, I see the dog. That's your current dog, ain't it? Oh, that's a Bel Air, and I would say 57. I can't watch the video right this second. It just already acted up. Oh man, I still the last bit of drink I had last night. It was one of those where you wake up in the morning and I took a drink of it and I'm like, oh, let me get something else.
Beat the devil
Yeah,
out
you
of it.
wake up thirsty, like, and it almost makes you more thirsty. The drink, like, whoa, that's morning. That's biting the hair, the dog, something.
Beat the devil out of it. 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 Beat the devil out of it.
Yeah, it's me or the group or I'm not sure, but yeah, me. Yeah, you can. Ha! Yes, yes. It was Monroe, man. Of course we had that. There was times where I only used that. There was times I used that on putting pieces of pipe back together. You know what I mean? And times on new pipes, and they weren't quite sealing right, even with double clamp. Double clamp is where you have the nuts hanging off this side of the clamp, and then on the next clamp you do it the other way. The nuts are hanging off the other side of the clamp, and try to get a better overall, a longer area of clampage and opposing clampage. Yeah, that's good stuff if it's the right stuff. But you can't leave the container open. That stuff will dry right up. Don't. I don't. I'd rather. Mm, yeah, I've seen that catch. I wouldn't use that. I will use the putty, but not the tape. Tape is a fire, and it's a fire hazard. Even if it's a steel braided something, it's still there's still something there that can't reach over 800. Most exhaust is 3,000. Mm-hmm. Most exhaust is like 3,000 degrees. Like even way back at the exhaust at the tailpipe, like that's actually really hot if you touch it. And it's you know had a chance to do a whole bunch of stuff after the converters. It's still hot. That exhaust plate you could use that right on a Cadillac converter, like a rusted spot on it. Like the Ford they had a basically a flat shelf where they'd stamped it like, you know, and it would sit on that upper shelf and like pit hole or start to rot it open, and it'd be putty down the sides of it. As long as it's air sealed, and that was the way some stuff came in pretty much. Not for on sheet metal, it'll absorb. All right. So like, I know a buddy had rust spots, and he tried to use this spray foam in his rockers and rear quarter panel and spray it in there. It rotted out so much worse because that was porous and absorbed moisture and held moisture against this metal and sped the process up. It spread it out everywhere the foam had touched on the inside. Like now it was rotted halfway up the car, you know, like rotted through, like holes. You could see the yellow foam. I'm like, dude, just grind the whole thing, and paint it again. the rusty metal and the foam that's now hanging out. Like just grind it so it's like all smooth, like and just paint it. Like not like sell it, just drive it another year. Like he did. Rattle canned it. Mm, mm. Before he did the whole actual painting of it, I took a toothpick and I had like poke, like, where's the metal and where's the foam? And it was primer, you know. And he's like, come on, man. I'm like anyone's gonna, see that with the next layer of primer and then the paint, you know. But I had a toothpick and like metal, foam, like just poking the side of the, like where it would go through and where it wouldn't. Who has a porous foam car, like side job, like man, exposed, or like all the different vehicles with the fender flares, the trucks with the fender flares thrown on them because it's all rotted out. That's all Rust Belt stuff. I don't know if the whole rest of the world deals with it the same way. Cab corner in the front or the rear? Cab corner or the bumper, like the grill? What are you talking about? What front? Okay. Where the turn signal is, the front of the tire. All right. I'm trying to specify. Tell me. Oh, just tell me. But what is it? Damaged? Are you trying to show me? There's the aftermarket. Oh, it depends on where it is. But sometimes if it's a fender, you just take the fender off and you get your ball peen at it better. They, yeah, they make those little air bladders for like when your car needs to get into, and it separates the door and the chassis. Um, and you can use those to fix dents if you can get them in behind there. Like I've seen them put in a door skin, and then the glass was out, but in the door skin and like used to push it open one nice push instead of hammering here and there and putting a bunch of dimples and dents. Yeah. Take So I would take the inner plastic well out if you need to work on it from the inner side. If, I'll have to see the picture. If it's so low where it's like at the bumper, then it's not gonna even matter to try to take the inner fender out. It depends on how sharp the dent is. Whether you can just take like the mini plunger, like the not toilet plunger, but like the sink plungers. I don't know if you've seen them, and just like you get hot water, you put it over it, you rub it with like a washcloth where it's all nice and clean. There's no sand and stuff that you're gonna be like gritting around. You, and same with wetting, pre-wet that suction cup. Sometimes I'll take a little Vaseline and rub it around the rubber of that little suction. I just almost make a bigger dent. Like I mop it right to the metal and then I yank, and there's no more dent. There's just a greasy spot where the petroleum sucked it, pulled real hard. Get a dent out that way. Uh, so spot welders do that. So a spot welder welds a metal tab onto the fender or the quarter panel, right? So it's bare metal, and you see a dent, and you take the spot welder, and it's already a rivet or a metal stud bar, and it arcs. It does the weld to the quarter panel, and then you would put a puller, dent puller, on that stud and yank. But the suction cup's way easier because you're not dealing with bare metal. You're not dealing with welding a dent puller, right? Because like I have a dent puller, and dent pullers can be used for other things too. They can be used as a harmonic puller, a steering wheel puller, if done right. It can be the ink stick for anything, but that's what dent pullers are really for. Most people don't know what a dent puller is. Yeah, exactly. Yes. I've gotten wheel bearings off that way. Like put on the castle nut, but with that thing on and just at the end. Like I took the bolts out and I even heated and I air chiseled it apart from the spindle, and I don't want to hurt the spindle side, chiseling. You gotta literally aim the cold chisel into on the air hammer into the band straight into the bearing, like give it a half inch or a full inch, but like into the bearing meat and push it away from the spindle. You can't like put it right in the seam of that, because then you're going to be doing damage on the spindle side where the new bearing is supposed to be flush mount. I've seen stuff with its own odd alignment, and it was because someone had basically screwed the spindle trying to get a bearing off. You know what I mean? And it like made it where it had toe out because the back of that spindle was less metal than it used to be, and they just tightened the new bearing up. The new flush, which the new flush was not copacetic. Yeah, I've seen a bunch of stuff as a mechanic in that. I've seen house switches and house style wiring ran. I've seen a house, this was a different one, but the generator or inverter actually, um, a house AC in the back seat, and it had literally like heated up the back seat like from searing at the hot side. I'm like, how does it even suck? Like, you know what I mean? I even proposed that he like put it up on something and moved it further away so it's not touching. Like, even though it was bad, it was bad. And like, you should fix your AC, but also that thing can't work like that, and it is catching the back seat on fire. Like, what the heck? He didn't even have a air gap around it, you know? It wasn't up off the seat, and it was just resting against the back of the seat. And I'm like, yeah. If he would have braked hard, that thing would have elbow checked him or came forward and like the seat, you know? Crazy. What, head units? I don't even know right now. I don't even know head unit wise right now. So I'm from the area where there was Alpine, Kenwood, JVC. You had the Sony, but there was good Sony. Pioneer was always a thing, and Panasonic was too. If you wanted a screen, I remember having Panasonic in where the airbag was supposed to be in the steering wheel and the glove box spot. I believe there was a PS2 in the glove box. The Slim. I've got to do cool shit. I did the Pimp My Ride shit. Not like exhibit either. Not like a bowling ball polisher in the trunk. Like, we're talking about functional good stuff, like car stuff. So I had a Ford van that had the one wall where it was an older style. It was the extra long version too. Um, so the one side has the spare wheel and the sliding door. That was painted bright, like more like blood red than fire red. the dash and both front doors and both back doors. You know, like the back doors open, the front doors, the whole dash, steering wheel, everything. Just not the grip of it. And that sliding door and that whole wall with the spare were all that red. And then the ceiling, the other wall, and the floor were black shag carpet, but it was literally Velcro. You could just, it was tight loop carpet, which works with any male end Velcro. So you could just Velcro shit on the wall or, anywhere really. And it had a smaller, I think it was like a 18-inch TV and I think a PS3. And so there was a bracket I made in the floor, like behind the seats, and then further back towards like the back doors. And it was for the futon legs. So the futon legs were hard mounted, so it couldn't go like towards the back doors, towards the front seat. But on like old tool rollers, so the futon could go from couch tight to the driver wall out into bed, and the legs would swoop towards the sliding door, and it'd be. But that had 12s, like a 12 in each rear door, literally just screwed into the door. And then it had two tens, and the two tens I had like underneath the pillow of the futon kind of thing, right at the driver's seat. Right behind the driver's seat was two tens, and there was two 6x9s, like one in each door in the front, and then two in the sliding door, 6x9s. I'd hogged out the compartments, you know what I mean? And then that had this weird spot in the dash, and you can look this up, like 91 Ford van. There was in the dash, all that plasticky shit. There was this a steel panel there, and I think it was to get the wiring or something, the back of the heating and air, or the heating and air was that hot right there. They just like, anyway, I had a speaker in that, but the magnet had to be pointed up, and it kind of obstructed my view just a little bit. But it was down there on the dash, and yeah. Well, that van, I ended up selling that van. Oh, the van welded welded to the four corners of the frame behind the rear tires and just in front of the front tires was four floor jacks, the scissor style ones. So you could use an electric impact and like zzz, 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 and wind out the four legs. And besides so like it didn't completely pick the suspension up, but besides like that well, I'm just gonna be honest, that like rocking suspension or noise and creak and that, you know, it wasn't fully weighted out on the tires and suspension. It had four, and they were all 2 ton, so it was way overrated. Four legs though that you just wound down to help stabilize it like a camper. It was like a camper, you know, at that point. You could change any one of the tires at any minute without needing a jack, right? It already just, because, so when the scissor jacks fold up, they're only like 2.5, 3 inches lower than the frame. It's never an issue. Like on a lifted truck, it wouldn't work because they're too short. You'd have to have a bunch of wood or something. But with this, they completely reached out and would, yeah, it basically had a jack at each corner. It could fully pull the tires up, but I tried to not. And again, you could always throw wood blocks underneath it and have done that. Like, but it wasn't a conversion. I made it a conversion van. You know, it was the other way of doing it. But I did that for a guy before. I made a bus, an old school bus, into an RV, and we're talking everything: plumbing for a shower, toilet. It wasn't like a tub, and then the water ran up, and there was a sink. And then on the opposite side, away from the water, was It was a propane tank right next to the stove, and above the propane tank was storage like dry pantry, and above the stove was a microwave, but it wasn't like there was a heat duct kind of separated it, but and it was all done up in a school bus without all of its seats in the back, compartmentalized too, like a wall divider to the back bedroom area, and there was a fire escape door, still functional for the bedroom compared to like up front where the kitchen was pulled far from, like the kitchen was right near the front door too, so if like something happened, you'd boom right out. So the living area was closer to the bed area, and anyway, yeah, yeah. This is like it could have turned into one of them figure eight school bus, like it was the gas engine old big block, whoa, long nose, yeah, not the engine in the rear like the newer diesel stuff with the flat face. Hmm. That's how they all were. Get this, some places they literally made them destroy or like sell off all their buses and switch to electric. Schools do it, right? And then so what you have is out back you have all these buses plugged in like Priuses or Teslas or whatever all night, and it costs way more than the fuel to run them normally, to just leave them constantly charging battery. You know what I mean? Um, mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm. Mhm. Oh, I knew I was tired. Well, not exhausted, but like I managed to find and do things today. Like earlier on Fallout, I did quite a bit, and I was on there longer after I even needed to be. And then like on here, I'm just choosing to like just soak it up. There's an hour and 48 minutes if you wanted double money. I know you said you didn't even plug it up yet. It sounded like you're gonna call it too, like you had a long day. You'd be having eventful days, yeah. Oh, it wears me out too. Anymore. I didn't used to as much. It's not like the age; it's the lack of. It's the fact that everyone who's a viewer listening knows I'm here all the time. So when my legs get to, all right. But with the weather break, it is. I haven't been doing my jogs on Saturday, and I haven't been doing any kind of like walk. So you gotta have pepper spray or something if you go for a walk where you're at. Yeah. Yo, if you had the actual drink and then the actual gun and like I got my Colt 45, my Colt 45. Yeah, 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 yeah. Definitely the ear. Up over the ear. Oh man. Mm-hmm. Yeah. When I do homemade burgers, I cook them in soy sauce instead of butter. A little less greasy. Yeah, but it gives that it definitely adds that taste. It changes the taste. Um, but yeah, I definitely try to like I squeeze the grease out of them while they're hot. Like pull them off from cooking, press them like, and then cook them again. You know what I mean? And do it. Well, yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Burger. What do you mean? It's a burger. You taste the meat, just like chicken, where you taste the actual meat. Oh, it still has taste. It's just not. It's no. It's still a burger. It's just not as greasy. It's not dripping with grease. The homemade burgers. Is it homemade burger? Yeah, mine are not dripping with grease. Right. Yeah. Yeah, they are. Yeah, I'm not cooking jerky, dude. I'm cooking a burger. Yo, you got it wrong. You said dry. Like, no, I don't use ketchup. So yeah, it's a dry burger. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? The meat not being wet? Like, not juicy? No, no, not dry meat. No. Oh my god. No, I didn't even understand what you're saying. It's the way you say it. Like, oh, not that you tricked me into saying that, but like, what do you mean? I said more than once. Like, fucking dry meat. I squeeze the grease out of the meat. When you cook meat, it's greasy, and you squeeze it, it'll do like a sponge and release it. I do that during the cooking and then before it hits the bun, twice. Like I usually pay the more for the 80/20 anyway. I usually do the 80/20 of the lean meat. Costs a little more. I buy 3 pounds of it and like bam, like I make one into burgers, one into sloppy Joe, and one into like like taco Mexican. Um, do something with it. Sometimes hamburger helper style stuff. Yeah, 3 pounds of burger meat's always good for anything, everything, goulash, you name it. No one ever sees when I'm not here. Like I am, I'm using enough at cooking. Like I don't talk about it like the ingredients and stuff like you carry on, but I manage. I don't add all that other stuff. I cook the meat to a safe temperature and I eat. Yeah, yeah. I just don't do like a like full on like man. I'm not even right now. I'm broadcasting, but yeah, all of my food's like that. Like you've heard the way I order my food. I've told you. I swear you like hearing it. You allow me to re-bring it up. $75. Okay. Okay. Yeah, 7. That's all right. Well, I thought you said, yeah, I thought you said 5 at first. I'm like, because that was the 60s, or hell before. That was shit. So Willie was what, 47? I mean, they had the wartime ones, but then 47 they switched over to like CJ5 from the Willie style. I don't know if I have the year exactly right, but no, the body switch. And then, yeah, you had the other CJ family. Yeah, look up. Well, one of the other good Jeeps was the Wrangler with the V8. That was all the rest of them had inlines at the time. It had the V8. It had like the Pontiac Firebird Eagle on the. It was called the Golden Eagle. It was in. It was in Dukes of Hazzard. It was Daisy Dukes. That Jeep, that was a V8 Jeep. They were beasts. Hers was white, but the other was like there was this brown or black with that same, not Pontiac Firebird, but its own Golden Eagle, what they called it. That's the name of the vehicle, the Golden Eagle Edition. Mm, I don't know if I want to either. It's always bidded. It's always bidded out. Somebody else put it on the camera, put it through the internet, put it through your phone, out through your speaker, in through my mic. Like it's always bidded. It sounds like gigabytes, not engine horsepower. I can't tell if something's 400 horsepower or 1200 horsepower. Uh, Blindly hearing it through fifth party, not third party. You know what I mean? Like, well, there was multiple. They had a 4-cylinder, inline 6, the 4-liter, and then they had a V8. That's what I was saying. There's multiple. It used to, well, it depends on, like, so as far as you thinking I would, certain engine noises, like the actual supercharger, the actual valve train, or if turbo could be half faked, but like the idea of, there's certain engines, like most Subarus, 2JZ, RB, like the Skyline, I can tell I know certain Ferrari engines, the 12 and the 8, because they're cross-plane. Like, so the new 8, the new Corvette is a flat plane crank engine, so it sounds more like a Ferrari engine than traditional American V8. It's a flat plane crank, which means the firing of the pistons are all exactly opposed. So most anything, whether it was a Jeep, a Ford, a lot of vehicles, if they wanted something more, if you had like a 4-cylinder or inline 6 in your Jeep Wrangler, or more Wrangler than Cherokee, but a lot of people just put a Chevy 350. Chevy 350 was the go-to. Oh, your Ford blew its engine? Chevy 350. Oh, your Jeep needs more power in that, bigger tires? Chevy 350. Now you kind of seen that with the 5.7 Hemi standalone, but that was always the 350 or the LS's job is to be the. Oh, you have a Mazda Miata LS. Oh, you have an RX-7 or RX-8. One of my buddies had an RX-8 and it blew the engine. He wasn't adding twice as much oil as you're supposed to, basically. And yeah, we put a LS in it. I think it was an LS5, not 6. I think they ended up doing an intake and head or something later that turned it basically to a 6 top end. It was, you know, we did weird shit like that. Oh, it's an RX-8 with a. Oh, go ahead. No, I'd do the 440. Well, you're on your beam. Forged Eagle rolling comp. Well, so the rolling assembly means instead of flat, which means just the push rod being driven by the cam lobe up to a rocker, a metal blade basically on a middle swivel, and then that pushing the valve stem to open and close the valve in the head. A roller setup has a roller at the bottom of the rod on advanced ones, and then it has a roller rocker at the top. And some roller rockers are dual, meaning at the push rod and the valve stem. But it sounds good. It sounds good for extreme movement angles, like harder angles than the fixed angles. But I've seen people put roller setups in and it blow them apart eventually because there is horsepower and there is RPM and you're adding instead of just steel. It's like how do you say it? Instead of just like having a steel door, it'd be like having 8 hinges across the length of the door. Like it's just more places that bends, moves, and you know what I mean. You expect it to still be as strong as just a rigid door, like a house door is what I meant. The house door had like 8 hinges on it and folded up like an accordion into the frame and then pulled out. It wouldn't be as strong as just a sheet with a hinge at the edge. You know what I mean? Well, if you're doing the roller rocker setup, you want the roller cam setup. You want to do a full roller, and a full roller. No, solid is non. Is it a double roller? Uh, uh, the first one of them because the hydraulic one, right? Well, yeah, the hydraulic one has its own suspension basically built into it. If you have low oil pressure, they can be an issue. But yeah, that would be the most advanced. Really, on the sheet, the way they're showing it. Dino, Dino, Dyno. I used to love watching Dino fails. Dino fails is like the Honda Civic, pa, or like the Cummins diesel, or I'm not calling these particular vehicles out, but basically vehicles that people put 30, 60, 80,000 into the engine, let alone the whole vehicle. And some of them, it's the maiden voyage. They've never daily driven the car or had fun with it or even ran it down a drag strip. They just built it and they want to see what it can do, and they push it a little too far, too early, or in the wrong direction. You got to do small adjustments with the mapping and start in the safe zone. You know what I mean? Anyways, but yeah, over boost, different things. Um, I've seen diesels where the whole head just flies off, boom, like the head bolts and that just couldn't handle the compression. What was the boost? Any of them can do it. It really doesn't. It doesn't care. Horsepower don't care if it's a Chevy or a Ford or a diesel or it'll blow it up. I used to watch dyno fails for fun. RX-7, right? Bam, and you literally can see the metal blade, the rotor, come through the hood, shatter out the freaking lights of the place, and go through the roof, out, exit the building. The rotor. Phew. The rotor has left the building. Just a puddle of oil and the smoke. The turbo's still like, you know. Oh yeah, yep. I've like the slow frame, and then take a picture of a video, and it was a piston exiting the engine, and there's a smoke ring, like a vape ring behind it, like. hmm hmm Um, my mom called me one time, like, thought there was an exhaust problem. Don't you hear it? She says. I'm like, barely, not really, right? Thought there was an exhaust problem. But she shut it off instead of leave it run, where she went in and came back out, and it didn't start back up. I'm like, okay. I thought it was an exhaust problem. I get there. Yeah, no, one of the pistons had freaking exited the block on a Ford Windstar. And when it did, it happened to be the one right where the starter was. If it wouldn't have swiped the starter out, it probably would have fired back up and ran like it was running on five when she drove around and pulled in there and shit. She put like 8 miles or more on a 5 cylinder without even knowing the hole in the block, piston missing, and the oil like out. Maybe 2 quarts of oil somehow still circulating like through the rest of the system. Funny actually, yeah, haha. Like, oh, it sucks she blew an engine, but like she don't race vehicles, like for her to blow the engine. Anyway, about 8 miles. Just thought it was exhaust making noise. Pop 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 pop. Well, there was a valve train still working, but there was no piston. There was a hole through the cast iron, the steel, the block. Yeah, piston gone. Someone drove over the hot piston. It was on the blacktop somewhere. She didn't smell oil, didn't see smoke. She said it didn't ever act different as far as the gas pedal. I went through it. I went through it just like a customer with my own mom. Like, so when exactly did you know it was fucked? She goes, no, it just got a little louder. I'm like, did you leave a stop? I was trying to admit it. Like, I wanted to be like, yeah, I fucking chirped the throttle real hard. Tires jerked. Like, no, no, she wouldn't. Okay. I knew she wasn't on the highway. Like, it was her freaking lunch break. She had to walk back to work. She's one of those, I don't do the drive through. I pull in, stop, go in, come out. And if she was left it run, she would go to made it back to work at least. But the thing was, that was a clapped out engine. Hot, covered in oil. Damn, I don't know if I really want to keep doing this. This freaking game here. Shit, I'm about to get a fucking off of here. I got a lot of XP. Sorry, that's not for you viewers. It's been 4 hours. I got a lot of XP. I'm back here at the prison escape for video's sake. I made a little more money. Yeah, there's more money I could make, but I'm sitting pretty good. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go watch someone play or get in on their gameplay. Thank you, viewers. Thank you guys for watching. Happy New Year again. Running out of day for it to be that. All right. You guys have a good one. Thank you for watching. Anyone who watched the live or the video. I'm still getting XP, but really thinking I should call it. I ain't going to bed or nothing. I don't know if I'll game more. Oh shit, the engine. Yo, that video ain't gonna play out. That video is not gonna play, by the way. I tried. Don't delete it or whatever. It'll eventually work, but all right. All right, viewers. Thank you for watching.